Wesley's like what, 6'7"?
I'm
Wesley's
12 million.
67.
I'm negative 12 million.
Who's number one? Who's number one, Rigger?
Right, exactly.
Number one?
Yeah, who's the number one guy, you guys? I forget his name now. You know what I'm
Professor
talking about,
Pox. I put
someone who's
Professor
really
Pox
passive
way up
and
there.
who's really soft spoken, probably.
There's a couple that I think are really intelligent.
Pinky's up there, right?
No, Pinky just
No?
argues the opposite position.
What
Okay,
about
now
Wesley?
we got that out the way.
Wesley's number 67.
This is so boring. Okay, great guys.
All right, well, Flatten. No, but Flatten, you understand? I'm not a flat earther, dude. I'm a glober.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, y'all ain't talking about the flat Earth in like 2 hours.
Well, we were having a normal life conversation actually about real life stuff. I was kind of just talking.
Yeah.
That's all.
Well,
you don't have to talk about the flat Earth all the time.
Look. Wrap it up. Let's go. I got shit to do. Let's wrap this up.
What do you want to talk about?
No, dude, I'm joking. I mean, I want to talk about flat Earth, but I was in jest.
He doesn't want to talk.
Come in here with
himself. He wants to hear himself talk.
No, this is all I want to do. I come in here with a flat
You're
Earth
just here to like sit by and listen to him. Listen to himself.
Let me get my point out. So I come in here with flat Earth debunk. I make it very concise, and then you guys go into these philosophical antics, and it is so hilarious. So, for instance,
congratulations, you won all the debates. Bravo!
See? Look at that. They're here for the entertainment, Rob. They're here for the entertainment. Robert Silverman, is that your real name?
100%, yeah.
Are you a loan officer for a mortgage company?
Nope.
Okay, good.
So why'd you default?
Nah, man.
He's like, okay, good. At least he's not gonna catch me. I can tell where I live
That's hilarious. That's funny. No, I'm not a loan officer for a mortgage company. No.
And you know what's so funny? Statistically speaking, we'll never know which Robert Silverman I'm talking about because I bet you there's one Robert Silverman at least in almost every state that's a loan officer for a mortgage company. So,
well, there is a professional pianist named Robert Silverman in Canada. But I don't know about the loan officer thing.
Yeah.
Why? Because I'm Jewish? I have to be in loans or something?
Nope, because I actually know a Robert Silverman who's a loan officer.
Oh,
nice try, buddy. Nice try. You can get me next time.
What?
Get me next time, buddy. Tell you guys where I'm at.
What? I'm not going to come looking for you. I'm just curious.
Only thing I ever tell you guys is that I'm in the Central Standard Time Zone half of the time of the year. And you guys, I get into it with y'all. I mean, not you, but with the Flat Earthers. I just make my one Flat Earth debunk, and y'all can go back to doing what you're doing.
What are you, in Kansas or something like that?
Something like that.
Missouri? There you go. Wicked Witch of the West.
All right, so let me do my Flat Earth, then let me get out my
system. I called him. He's in Kansas. I knew it. Go ahead.
Yeah. None of y'all can answer. None of you Flat Earthers can answer.
18, I'd imagine, too.
Yeah, I'm 16 to 18. All right, so old Flat Earthers, please. If you can explain this, and I cannot debunk it, I will give you $1,000.
You typed this up yourself?
The stars rotate. Okay, I say on two axes, but it's one axis with 2 points. 2 points on one axis through the Earth. From your Flat Earth point of view, how is that even how is that conceptually possible? Not physically possible. How is that conceptually possible?
It's like we talk about that every day. It's so boring.
I never hear a coherent answer from the Flat Earth side.
Convergence, divergence, equator. You can't explain them. Okay, next.
I mean,
yes, I can. Here's why. Because the stars do not diverge as they rotate.
Dude, we went through this the other day in here, and I had
congratulations.
It was too much.
Rob, I'll go through it in like 3 minutes if you just let me.
What are you trying to prove, Flatten? Even me as a glober, you're like, it's annoying now. What are you trying to prove?
I'll let you know in 3 minutes. So you said divergence, convergence.
You're not going to win. You're not going to win.
I'm not going to win because you keep interrupting. So divergence, convergence doesn't work because the stars never diverge.
Okay, then the observation's fake. Cool. I'm glad we established.
No, the observation is accurate and consistent.
So the observation shows convergence and divergence. Pick one, dude.
There is no divergence nor convergence. The stars are
then the observation's fake.
No, it's not. Let me tell you why.
Gridlock.
Stars
completely gridlock.
No, it's not. You're just denying
denying the observation.
No, I'm not. Watch.
This
You
topic
just
was
the
in the
star-
server. This was a topic in the server 3 days ago, and it just went
Hey,
for
Gray,
hours. The same.
why are you here for 3 days straight? Like, I come in
I'm
like
just
once
tired
a
of
week.
hearing about it.
Why
Get
not,
out.
dude?
Go do something. Go.
You
Get
go
some
do
fresh air for
something.
once. You're here for
This
3
was
days straight.
actually
You
a
gotta be out your
chill.
mind.
This was a chill room, dude. We were chilling.
I'm
in
only
here,
gonna be here
having
for a few
good
minutes.
time.
I want to hear your argument. You said divergence, convergence, and I'm saying to you, at any point in time,
Let's see
when you
what
look at the
XLP is
stars, the stars are always the same distances apart from each other
How do you know that?
because it consistently is what is observed. All observers.
Yeah,
How do you know it ever happens
literally 6
otherwise? It
videos
doesn't.
in here 3 days ago
Yeah,
of
thanks, Jake.
Game over.
of wide angle cameras on a equatorial mount that shows that the star field is completely fixed. This
You don't
whole
need wide
notion
angle.
that there's
don't need wide
converging and
angle.
diverging stars, that the constellations are shifting and merging, or that the
Okay,
distance
wait,
between
Jake, wait.
stars
I'm not gonna
and
hear
the
that
contract.
long. Come on, I just
Yeah.
wanted to get this out. He said convergence,
All
divergence.
right.
Listen, you cannot describe a
Oh.
star that diverges from another star. You can't identify one. You
I
can't
can observe
identify when it happens. You wouldn't be able to
We
make
went
a
through
claim.
this
I
ad
can observe
nauseum,
it,
dude.
dude.
Okay, so now you can't make that
Let's
claim.
move
So
on.
now you're
I just
Next
did.
topic.
I said
Which
I can
star
observe it.
diverges from which star, and when does it happen?
I said I
Which
can
star
observe it.
diverges from which star, and when does it happen?
Dude,
The
let's just
equation.
because we went through this ad nauseum the other day.
Okay,
It's
hold
so-
on, Rob. I gotta reduce you to 50% for a minute. Okay, stop. Now name a star that does it, and name the other star it does it from.
So I just told you, go to the equator, look up, record, star trails, converge. Boom,
No,
done.
they don't.
Observation.
They do not converge,
then-
diverge. They simply rotate. That's it.
Jake, are we gonna do this again?
Each star's
I guess we
position
are.
along that trail is the same relative position to the other star
How do you know that?
because I've seen it.
We have time lapse of it.
Unwaveringly
I
all my
posted
life.
time lapse.
Jake, don't come
precise-
in. Help this guy. This guy.
No, he's not helping, and I'm not. I got
dude's
him at
dick
50%.
waving right now.
I got him at 30%. Come on, stop. What you got?
Dick waving. I'm just playing with.
Okay, yeah, skip all
I'm
that.
not trying to engage in a real debate. This dude's a
Oh
clown.
man, forget it, man. Y'all suck. Anyway, $1,000. $1,000. I got it right here. Actually, $950. I
What?
got $950.
For what? What do you
I'll
want?
give it to you if you can make that convergence divergence make any fucking sense.
Yeah, you can go to the
Doesn't make any
equator.
sense.
Go to the equator and look north, and you'll see the Big Dipper, and then look south, and you'll see the Sigma Octantis, and Sigma Octantis will diverge from the Big Dipper.
No, it will not diverge from the Big Dipper. What happens?
Oh,
What
Geo's back.
happens is
Geo.
that its position is the same distance every single time.
Geo, can I
You're
get a
confusing
globe ranking on
rotational
this thing?
position with divergence. You can measure in degrees the
Up
distance
800.
from the Sigma Octantis to either Big Dipper or
Octantis?
Little Dipper, and in addition, if you were to make a slight claim of divergence because of refraction, you would be basically admitting that refraction is a factor in how much our perception is distorted.
Oh, I'll
But
admit.
why
more
do
than
you
that.
guys use those photographs that you call black swan photographs? But
I'll admit more than that.
I diverge for a
Alright.
moment.
Oh,
Robert-
you just went into the tangent.
I need a
Come
global
on,
ranking.
Gio, what you got, bro? I want to give
Robert,
you this
global-
$900 right now.
Robert, he's in the top 8.2 billion.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. He just derailed his own argument by throwing in the black swan with it. It's like,
Dude, I debunked the black swan. That shit was so easy.
you did okay, buddy. You
It is.
derailed your
Okay, here's
entire
why.
point.
No,
Your
look
whole
at your black
line of-
swan.
Your whole like little
Yeah.
fucking line you read there, you just
Yeah.
derailed it
Yeah.
at the end.
Yeah. Okay, so here's how the black swan is easy to
Yeah.
debunk. Any
Yeah.
picture that you would say
Yeah.
is geometrically accurate
Yeah.
should not have the horizon above the line of sight of the observer. And unfortunately, your black swan has that horizon looking like a tidal wave over those
What do you think
those
causes that?
platforms.
What do you think causes that?
Refraction.
Yeah, okay. What's causing the refraction? Dumb.
Change it. Okay, you didn't ask me that. I mean, being insulting is.
So what causes that? You throw out one word.
What causes it? So air density changes is what causes it.
What causes that?
What causes that? The change in temperature and weather patterns. What causes that? What causes that?
And
what causes that? You are completely off. You're completely off the subject.
What
now.
does weather patterns have to do with refraction?
I just explained you what causes the changes in density. Which then explained what causes the refractive effect, which then causes why the horizon is above the line of sight of the observer.
Yeah. How do weather patterns affect it? I don't get it.
Because weather patterns can change air density, which changes how refraction occurs.
What the temperature
changes the distance from the horizon line of sight of the observer to diverge from the geometric horizon.
Wouldn't the temperature just do that? Not the pattern of the weather?
Well, temperature is a derivative of a weather pattern. It's definitely part of that. I said air density, and air density can be affected by temperature, but it can also be affected by just general weather patterns. You can have a high pressure zone. It's the same temperature as a low pressure zone. Whatever. The changes in air density. If you had no air, you would have no refraction. How's that?
What's next? Coriolis effect?
Oh, that's not true. That's not true at all.
You cannot have refraction without air unless you're talking about what? Gravitational lensing. And if you want to go there, I'm all for it.
You wouldn't call it refraction. You just call it deflection.
Whatever. We're back to refraction being the cause of your black swan being destroyed. Your line of sight of that horizon is above 6 feet.
You can't.
No. You said it was 1 foot. Your line of sight of that horizon is like 30 feet high.
Cupcake. So you're trying to destroy something.
Hey, Buttercup, right? your line of sight of that horizon is above 1 foot.
So what you're doing, you're saying.
See how you ignore that fact? It's a fundamental fact. You're still talking. You gotta address. You have to address in your black swan photograph why you see the horizon looming like a tidal wave.
Is it going to be like this the whole time? Because I'm just going to start talking over you.
He's got to answer my question.
No, but it's like a game of tennis, dude. You hit the ball, and once you hit the ball, you're done. You know what I mean? You got to wait till the ball comes back.
And he didn't hit it back. What he did was he looked at the ball go by, and then he walked over to the side and started talking about Taco Bell or something.
You picked 4 balls up and just kept hitting them at me, and you
No, it was one. I said the horizon looms over.
All right, well, shut the fuck up. I don't need you to repeat yourself.
Well, then make your counter.
What I want to point out is how you said you debunked. Right, and you made a claim to the black swan, and I'm going to say you can't do that just by saying the word refraction.
I can't do that by saying the horizon. Okay, I'm hitting the ball back. I'm hitting the ball back.
You heard me talking. Yeah,
but you're going on and on. You made your point. Now I'm hitting the ball back.
I'm not. I haven't even come close.
Well, you made a salient point.
Just wait. Just give a little patience at least.
I do, man. It's a lot.
So there's a reason.
Count to 10.
Yeah, and hold your breath. The reason I asked you if you understand what causes refraction, right? It is so you know, right, what these factors are.
Yeah.
And you need to measure these factors.
Yeah.
To tell what the image is doing. And what is causing the image to do what it's doing. To just assert it means you're in a presup of
Hey, Gio, how much more patience do I have to have for this long-winded nonsense?
You are fucking annoying, bro.
Like, really.
Dude, just have a fair back and forth, man.
It's not fair now. He's teaching me how to, respond to arguments in general, which is boring.
I'm not teaching you anything.
Okay, I said to you, the measurement is not even necessary because the line of sight of the observer is 1 foot high. You can see that freaking horizon is looming 30 feet high.
Okay, but you can't say how much it's moving.
You can't say that a flat Earth has a 30-foot horizon above the line sight of a 1 foot observer. Duh.
You don't know how much it's refracted, so you don't know what your baseline is.
The fact of the matter is it's got to be refracting something. I don't care about how much.
Nobody's denying that. Nobody's denying that.
Then
Nobody's
don't
saying
use
there's
it.
zero
Then why
refraction
would
in
you
the
use the
image.
black swan as an argument against the globe when your argument was based upon a distorted picture?
I didn't. This is your
So then,
strawman.
yum, black swan
never
is
said,
what's tasty.
hey, the black swan is proof for the flat Earth. I never said
It's
that.
not right.
That's
and
what
it's
you
not a
started
debunk of
beating
the
up,
globe
and
either.
I'm just pointing out your presup in your argument.
There's nothing to
That's it.
presup. I know that
You're
the horizon.
presupposing the baseline of the shape, right? And then you're saying refraction accounts for all of this. I say,
Okay.
what did you measure to
I
account for
measured the height of the
refraction?
horizon
And you told me
along
nothing.
the line of sight of the
You
observer.
said nothing. And then I
measured
earlier
the
I
height
asked
of the
you,
horizon
do
above the
you
line.
know
I don't
what
want to go over and
contributes
over what I
towards
said and what you said and what I said and what you said. That's boring.
And you seem to know what
okay.
contributes towards refraction, right? But
So
you
here we
don't
go.
know that you need to
Gio,
measure
this
these
is how your
factors
side
to understand
really
how
fails.
things are refracting.
This guy wants to litigate and litigate and litigate. All that matters in this conversation
This is how you
for him
debate,
to
bro.
explain
This is
why
really how you
the
debate,
horizon
just talking.
rises above the line of sight of the observer. How you can make an argument against
It's like
the
you
globe
don't know what to. You don't know how to
showing a
back
picture
and
that is
forth.
so
You don't know
badly
what to
distorted
say to
that it is
somebody
unreliable.
unless you can
And this
like
guy wants to
trap
litigate.
them into your
So that's a
gotchas.
concession to me. Sock, you can talk your brains out now. I don't even care.
So when you start talking about the topic, you get lost.
Yeah, you lost, buddy.
No, you get lost in the discussion.
Yeah,
you don't understand these topics.
Yes, you lost, buddy.
You're
I'll see you guys
extremely
later.
boring.
Thank you for copycatting everything that I say. Good job. All right, so you got a rebuttal or not?
You haven't addressed any of my
Didn't
points of
think so.
contention.
I was the one that was
Claim
making the
refraction
points.
without measuring anything. What'd you measure?
Again,
How do you know how
30
much
feet
it's
above.
refracting?
You're going to get your measurement as soon as you stop talking. 30 feet above the line of sight of the 1 foot observer. There's your measurement.
Okay. Now that's all refraction?
That's just
That's all refraction.
Again.
How do you know that's all refraction?
Again. It is okay, here's how I know. How high is the sea level? How many feet high is the sea level?
Buddy.
Gio, you see? Your guy can't answer a basic question.
You're just saying dumb shit now.
How high is the sea level
shit.
in feet? How high is the sea level in feet?
Dumb shit, buddy.
Right.
That's all.
So
that's all
1 foot high above sea level is 1 foot high above sea level. 0 feet high above sea level is sea level. Right? So if I'm looking at the horizon, the horizon line is 0 feet high. You can't have something that's 0 feet high and 30 feet high at the same time. You're done.
Do you think you said something right there?
I think that you're done, and I think you can start teasing me now and talking about flattened destruction. You can talk about how
Do you think you actually
stupid I
said
am or
something?
something. Yeah, there you go. Good job, buddy. Good job.
You just said sea level is level. Wow, profound.
No, I did not. I said sea level is 0 feet high.
Yeah, it's called level, dum-dum.
I don't care that it's called level, but that's not what I said. I didn't say it was level. You falsely accused me of saying something I didn't say.
It doesn't matter. It is.
It matters because your stupid little black swan has a fundamental contradiction. Okay? If you show a flawed, contradictory piece of information,
you want it to have,
that isn't
buddy.
usable for you to make a claim. Now, if you were to show
What
line
claim
of
did I
sight
make?
from the observer to the
You made the
horizon
claim
that is
that it's
consistent,
refracted.
and
I asked,
then
how
you
do you
use
know?
that to show a
How do you know
couple
it's
of
refracted?
oil rigs are looking like they're closer than they should be, then you would be making a compelling argument.
You still haven't. You
Yeah.
still haven't worked out
Yeah.
the pot where you have to
So-
provide the refraction.
Again,
to say
30 feet high
It refracted
over a
30
1
feet.
foot high observer. That is my measurement.
Okay, based on what? Your
Based upon the picture.
presupposition. No, based
the
on your
picture.
presupposition of your
No, based on the
baseline.
picture. I looked at the picture. I looked at the oil rigs. I counted how much 1 foot on, like, if you were to look at those oil rigs and you zoom in and you identify a
You're
foot
measuring
high.
the wrong thing, buddy. You're measuring
No,
the
it's
wrong
not,
thing.
because
I'm
it should
asking for
not
the
be above. I
refraction
measured the
measurement.
right thing. I
No,
measured the
no,
right
no,
thing
no.
because those
You're missing
oil
it.
rigs, the 1 foot high line on the water level for those oil rigs is 1 foot high.
Okay. Well,
At
this
1
was
foot
fun for
high,
about
and the observer is 1
2
foot
minutes.
high, that horizon should be below that.
Yeah, this was
Bottom
fun for
line.
about 2 minutes.
Okay? So that's it. That black swan was cooked, smoked. I ate it.
Cool.
You know, leftovers. Shit. Now, you want to finally address the major point that you could not, or you want to keep joking around?
No, I think you're too dumb for this conversation.
You want to keep joking around. So
no, I'm not joking. I'm being serious. I asked
your stars never diverge from each other.
You start talking about
the stars are always the same distance from each other all the time.
You can't keep up.
Never changes. You can't pick a star that diverges from another star. You can't name one.
So you went from Black Swan back to
because Black Swan's cooked. I cooked it. It's done. It's done. You don't have a rebuttal, and all you have is some silly little comment about presupposition. It's the stupidest thing. I'm giving you a direct observation. I'm giving you a direct, measured observation. You keep saying presupposition. I don't think you know what presupposition is.
Measured observation.
Right.
What was the observation?
The divergence from sea level based upon the line of sight of the observer, which you claim in the picture is 1 foot off of the sea level. The horizon at the point at the horizon at the location of the first rig is at least 30 feet high. At the second rig, because it's far away, is a little fuzzy. I'd say about 20 to 25 feet high.
All right, and where should it be?
On it. Yeah, you go ahead and tease me. Call me some names.
Where should it be?
1 foot high above sea level.
No, what should I be seeing in that image?
You should see everything from the point of view of that camera, 1 foot high, all the way to the horizon. Period. That's simple.
No, what I should be seeing is in your model. In your model, what I should be seeing is exactly what the image is.
That's fine because of refraction, but we don't make the argument that refraction isn't a factor.
Did it. All right, cool.
Your Black Swan was supposed to be some type of rebuttal against the geometric evidence of the Earth. And my response is
it's refraction.
You cannot use a distorted picture to make your claim when the variation of the horizon elevation due to refraction is measurable. You get a picture.
Rob, what is that, Robin?
Matches the distance of the observer.
Is that
the height of the observer, or is lower, then you will get a more geometrically accurate representation of the Earth. You want your geometry?
It's a different house.
Use the proper line of sight.
All right.
And with that, we're all set.
Yeah, you suck, bro.
you realize that it was true, and you're stuck. You're stuck. Name calling, I love it now. When it gets to this point,
nothing to get stuck. The only thing we're stuck on is you.
Right.
You refusing to engage with me every time I bring up refraction.
You can't. I don't have anything to not engage. Okay, you brought up refraction. Now what? I'm engaging right now. You brought up refraction. Right. I already proved my point. You're done with that. So refraction.
Can you shut the fuck up?
Go ahead.
All right. So you said it is refraction, and I'm gonna.
What is refraction?
Holy fuck, guy.
Yeah, no, because you'll lie. I'll catch you on a lie.
You just straight up suck, bro.
No, I'm not gonna play the dumb game.
You just suck. You suck to talk.
You can't. You want to be strung along, and I'm not gonna do the string along.
No, I'm not gonna play this game. I'm not gonna let you lure me into this retarded bullshit where I'm just.
No, you gotta define your terms. You said it's a refraction.
Listen to you talk, right?
Nope. I want you to be honest.
That's all you come here for.
Stop lying.
I want everybody to listen to me.
Stop lying with your fake Boston accent.
Anytime somebody else talks, I'm gonna talk over them. That's boring, guy.
Stop lying with your fake Boston accent.
Yeah. You're just corny.
You're not from Boston. Stop. You ain't fooling nobody.
He's destroyed the chat. Is what he's done.
Taking that Boston,
dude.
So you said it's refraction. Okay, now what? It's refraction. Now what?
Yeah. Now what? You win. That's what.
Okay. Thank you. Game over. Anybody else?
The most unlikable person in the room contest.
I love it. Yum 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 yum.
And you sound gay.
Yeah. Who cares? Like who cares, man?
Apparently not you.
Okay. Yeah, apparently not. Yeah, just like apparently your stupid Black Swan is shit.
My Black Swan.
Your Black Swan is shit. My black swan.
Oh, you're a cornball.
You're just you guys are like
You are a cornball.
you guys are like the entry level boss of debates. You're like the gateway. Like, in order for you to participate in debate, the very least you need to do is to debunk a flat earther. If you can get them to insult you, you win and you can proceed. Ding! Welcome. I'm racking up.
That's like
all these...
I'm gonna come in, act like an asshole, and then I'm gonna say I win when somebody calls me an
asshole.
Dude,
make your point.
Congratulations.
Shut me down.
My point is, you're an idiot, and you're not worth engaging.
There you go.
With.
Okay, well that's it.
I try to engage with you. You don't want to hear anybody talk, but
you're not trying to engage. You're just stalling. You're stalling and stalling and stalling.
Dude, I'm not stalling, bro. You're just such a non-factor that I could care
less. I'm a non-factor. Yeah, okay, because you're doing some really important stuff in Ruxbury, wherever the heck you think you are. Ruxbury. He's from Ruxbury. Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. What, me? Who, what, you? Hurt him? Him? What, me?
Do you act like this out of Discord?
Dun, 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 dun,
I hope you don't act like this out of Discord.
Okay, let me look at the chat, because you couldn't do shit. What's this? Another ball of science with no ball proofs from Missouri? What the fuck does Missouri have to do with it? What is... Ethiopia? What is this guy talking about? Lober say it's only possible on a ball. Then you say prove it and they get mad. It's the dude from last time, the squeak voice dude. Urkel. It's Urkel. Another ball science of no ball proofs from Missouri.
Bro, this whole thinking out loud, reading.
I guess I sound like I have a Missouri accent.
Oh, God.
Do away with it, guy.
You said what? Okay, then tell me, old flat earther, what were you saying about refraction?
Just
what was your,
do away with it, guy. Like, not everybody wants to listen to your voice.
Cassiopeia, Goofy Cassiopeia is the Southern Cross.
We're not trying to.
I'm sorry. You know what? You know what's so funny? Okay, Sock. I'll tell you this.
The room hostage.
I honestly do look at you guys as.
I don't care. Nobody cares about
I don't
your
care
opinion.
that you don't care, though.
Just stop.
I don't care.
Take a breath. Give it like maybe a minute or two.
It's like you guys are NPCs, I guess.
Yeah, I'm an NPC. I'll take like.
With all due respect, can you go back to the other server you were in? With all due respect.
Never.
You're like a little kid.
But I will be leaving shortly.
Yeah,
don't worry, Rob.
Doesn't he like remind you of like a 16, 18-year-old kid that's all hyped up?
Like 14, 15, yeah.
14, 15. Crushing y'all left and right.
Dude, you're the man.
Money.
You're the man.
Come and get this money.
Congratulations.
Come and get that money. I made Witless piss in his pants for just like a moment. He's like, well, I'm like, oh, Witless, shut the fuck up. You can't even answer a basic question.
Yeah, have you ever heard of shame? It seems like you don't experience that.
I'm sorry, you're the flat earther. That shit is shameful, and you walk around like a badge of honor. Look at me!
Like
look at me! I'm a flat earther.
You're like unaware of like other people's.
No, it's that I do not care. This is a shit. This is a shit community. Flat Earth.
You're here.
You guys are like
what does that say about
gateway
you?
Drug of
you chose to come to a shit community.
Yes, I'm bored. It's Friday night, man.
You're Friday night.
Had a great time, and I'm bored. It's like
community.
Yeah,
that's
what you do.
Some
people smoke, some people drink, and I sit up here and smoke you guys. I'll be like,
shit communities every Friday night.
I'll be getting wrecked,
buddy.
Like, oh, Flat Earth, he made a good point. Flat made a good point. Oh, just give him an insult. Try to minimize. Try to cover that ass.
Dude, seriously, it's annoying now, dude.
He won't let me respond. Yeah, he did. He asked you for a direct answer. You couldn't give one.
I didn't mean to disrespect you, by the way. In 24/7, Flattened. I was trying to respect you, and it
I have
looked
no
like
idea
it was
what you're talking
disrespecting
about,
you.
bro. I don't even know what you're talking about. Oh, man,
you were in there, and I was trying to get them to unmute you. So I said, "Hey, I want to hear you guys argue against him."
Yeah,
and they started talking shit
fuck
about
those guys. They're worse. I'm just saying. Here's what okay. Let me ask you this. I've gotten a few DMs.
Going, Kosho.
I've gotten a few DMs from flat earthers that aren't like they're like, well, let me hear you out, and then
Let's see if you can hook up.
and then they I make the compelling argument, they acknowledge it, but they're afraid to leave that shit show. Here's my bigger question: why do you flat earthers always avoid a debate in a neutral form
With you,
when
because
guys
you don't
can't do
shut the
anything?
fuck up and have a debate.
Hold
You
on,
just
Sock,
talk
let
the
me
entire.
bring him down to
You asked the
20%.
question, I answered it. There's your
Kosho,
answer.
why won't you guys actually engage in a real debate?
I think he's trying to say that it's not about a flat Earth debate, but he's trying to say it's about you as a person. Is what he's trying to say.
No one cares about that shit. Bro.
I know that's what he's saying. I'm just saying what his argument is. He's trying to say.
Forget him.
Kosho's already the undefeated champion. What else does he even have left to debate?
Yeah, I mean he can't. Yeah, he couldn't admit that he lost the debate if his life depended on it. So
I lose almost every debate I'm in, man. What are you talking about?
Kosho has a wall of just like golden
L's
of his wins.
Robert, I have expressed myself.
Flat Earth
Unfortunately,
debate
it took 20 minutes because these,
everywhere.
all the interruptions. But I got my point across. I'm done.
Kosho has a flat Earth debate trophy room in his house, just for his flat Earth debate trophies.
It's all participation trophies, and he took off like half of the letters to make it say winner.
Be honest
with
you,
this
man.
FD dude is jealous.
It is interesting, FD, because I'm trying to hear you argue with these guys, but you don't really argue with them. It's more of you're like posturing most of the time, man. It's just
Here's what happens. I come in. I want to either hear a coherent point or give a coherent point. What they do is they use all sorts of tactics to distract from the coherent point being responded to, and I won't have it.
What I'm talking about, man. Like instead of arguing with them, you're just talking about arguing with them.
No. Now, okay. So here was the argument.
Dude, he's not going to track the conversation.
The argument.
It's just one example after another how he can't track what anybody's saying to him. Like what you said to him, like, he didn't get it.
Rotating. See, you see what I'm saying? This is why I do what I do. You see how I'm trying to give you a coherent argument, and this guy is trying to derail it. Oh.
Dude, no, I'm not trying to derail it. I was just trying to get in.
What do you want me to do? Let this guy derail? So now, stock account is going to just keep talking. And then
you get all your bullet points.
That's what it sounds like.
What's
He's got like typed up bullet points. He's like, this is what I'm going to talk about. Anything they try to address, any discussion they try to engage in, I'm going to avoid. Go to my next bullet point. And
now, Kosho, did you want to hear the coherent point, or do you want to hear this guy talk about me talking about how hard it is to make the coherent point? Nothing? No answer?
This is what I mean, man. Just say it.
Okay, so let me try
again. Say the thing, man. Just say the thing. Man.
Okay. Stars. Two points on an axis of rotation. How is that possible on a flat Earth?
Oh, God.
Now, it would be polite if someone were to say, "Oh, Flatten, I heard you. Let me think about it."
All right, you won.
I don't know if you guys even heard me or not.
Boom,
Flatten,
victory.
You won. Good night. Have a nice night, Flatten. You won.
Here's another one.
It's reflection and refraction that you don't understand.
That's not an answer. There's no answer. There's no way answering my what I presented.
What's next? Coriolis effect? What are you going to talk about next?
It's just a generic claim about me.
What are you going to talk about next? Coriolis? What's next?
Okay, here's another one. This is one that tripped up Issa.
Let's do Cavendish.
You have an atmospheric gradient when you claim that there is no gravity.
Here we go, the container now.
There is no motion. The Earth is not moving. Now, this caused a whole bunch of flat earthers to start claiming that gravity exists. I was very impressed. How many flat earthers agree that there is gravity now?
What do you mean by gravity?
However you want it to mean. You pick.
Okay, so I could redefine it any way I want?
Yeah, go ahead and redefine it.
You leave in the room. I love gravity.
Huh? You said when I leave the room, you love gravity. Okay,
No. You still didn't listen to what I said.
No, I wasn't really thinking about you that much.
Yeah, you weren't really listening.
Okay, 3 seconds have passed. You gonna repeat it or not?
No, I just don't
well, then we
have
skip
interest in you.
So
I'm
then,
just gonna fuck with you from here on out.
okay, well then I bring
Yeah.
you down to 23%. There you go.
Yeah. Put me at 0.
Go
I
show.
could give two shits.
The
I'm still
it's
taking
funny
jabs.
looking at his green. It's like he's gonna still. I'm still gonna talk anyway. It's like okay, yeah.
What is in terms of the two rotations? What's the issue with having two rotations above a planar surface?
It's not an issue. It is a conceptual, not a factual. It is a conceptual impossibility when you claim that is a flat plane with a dome or an infinite flat plane.
No, it's not.
How do you conceptually explain it? I don't even need you to physically just make it conceptually make sense. I mean, you could claim the stars are beyond the dome and they do surround 360 degrees, not flat, but 360 degrees X, Y, Z. If you don't claim that, it's conceptually not possible. I have tried to visualize it without the stars changing distances from each other. It is not conceptually possible.
You can't conceive, therefore it can't be conceived.
Y'all want to take
That
stab at
sounds
it?
like
Great
Adderall.
fucking logic, buddy. That's amazing. The
Are you on, like,
The
Adderall?
guy said earlier convergence, divergence, but the stars never diverge or converge.
I tried. I couldn't do it,
Stars are
so it can't
always
be
fixed
true.
distances from each other all the time, everywhere, all the time.
Yeah, which wouldn't happen on the globe model.
Which has to happen on Claude model.
No,
See, that was
otherwise
just you
the
being
constellations would show parallax, and they've never shown parallax.
Parallax has no bearing on this conversation.
And it does. It destroys the globe model.
No, parallax does not address the fact that you have two polar ends of these stars rotating, and there is no divergence of these stars. Your notion of parallax has to do with particular observations at particular times due to the distances of stars relative to one another, which only says that the stars are distant objects. They are even further from each other than they are from us. That's different than whether or not they can rotate along an axis, staying in fixed positions relative to each other the same day and night, next day and night. Not
They're not in
6 months
fixed
apart.
positions.
Yeah,
What do you mean by fixed positions?
Even 6 months apart, you're speaking of parallax. You're not speaking of some divergence and convergence due to them rotating. That convergence, divergence, that parallax should happen throughout the night. It'd be like every hour parallax. Look at that parallax. No, you have been debunked. Next.
Parallax or parallax?
I'm sorry, Robert. Let me bring your volume back up. That's 2.
No, I'm just tired now. I'm gonna leave because
Yeah, man, it's over with, man. I came in. I'm ruining the show. It's Friday night.
Yeah, he ruined the room on a Friday night when we're all chilling.
Or something. Go do a loan or something. I got this loan for you, sir. Oh, you poor flat earthers. He made a 3rd channel. Flat instruction comes in. His wit said something to cry about. I hate that guy. I just can't stand him.
Dude, you're like fucking weird, man. Honestly,
Witless is so funny. He went on that freaking trip.
Glover to
All he
Glover,
did was
like
sit on his ass and do nothing. He didn't do a fucking experience. Didn't do a single. He just sat on his ass.
I wouldn't say Glover to Glover, man. I wouldn't say Glover to Glover, but I will say this, Flatten. I have respect for how much. I don't know what to call it. If it's
the tenacity, he's got tenacity.
Tenacity is not at all the word I'm looking for. It's another word for pride, but pride's too positive.
That's not pride. I let the points speak for themselves.
Arrogance.
Let the points have pride.
This is a good
Pretentiousness.
Because I don't take you guys seriously.
But you're very but the arrogance that you have makes you so confident. It's actually admirable at times. To be honest.
Okay, but does the evidence match? Have I been debunked yet?
They can't put southern stars on a flat Earth. It doesn't work. They just make them magic.
Right. I mean, I'm just asking for my point to be addressed, and guys say,
they don't have an answer.
And what do you hope to win by doing that?
$1 million. A home loan.
Proving that you guys aren't looking for the truth, you're just looking for confirmation.
Contact your friend with the same name as me and have him give you a loan.
Great.
Hey, can I ask something real quick? It's sort of a segue, sort of from what you're talking about. But I left this community.
Yeah,
sort of
nothing
during,
flat earthers can do anything about it. Yeah, what you got?
Well, I left this community during this whole that flat Earth final experiment thing, the Antarctica thing. And anyways, I never found out what the details were with the guy who put it on. Like, didn't he spend a bunch of money on it? Whatever happened to that money, or did he ever? Was there anything that ever came of that? Did he get any?
Oh, they were supposed to do
the
a
movie,
documentary
the
afterwards, right?
They're still working on it.
Yeah, they're trying to. I think they're finalizing it.
He raised more money. He raised like what, 80 or 90,000 to do the docu-series. Is it going to be a docu-series or a single documentary?
It's going to be a 4-part series, isn't it? He had too much information for just one documentary, so I think he's putting it into 4.
Willis is like, I'm the star. If they take me out of it, he doesn't have a show.
I think he missed. I think he missed his whole, because it doesn't matter what kind of documentary he makes. Like, it's not really the like. It doesn't seem like it's in anybody's like front of their mind. You know what I mean? Right now, like that experiment, like it was. I guess a year or 2 years ago, but
like the window of opportunity is passing.
Yeah. Well, he knows he'll get some viewership in the community, of people. So he knows he'll get however many thousands, tens of thousands, depending on how many would see it. He knows he'll have the community is going to want to see it. But yeah, I know what you mean. I've always thought that about this because, we could get into the whole discussion. I mean, obviously it has been a discussion in these communities, basically because as people were questioning the shape of the earth and coming to certain observations and conclusions that there's not curvature and motion, that Gleason's AE map, that single pole map, was sort of very strongly kind of presented, as it were. It was on the internet, it was available, it was in the literature of like our history that you can, when you go type in flat earth, that's what you're going to find. Although that's not the only thing you'll find of the type of map. There was dual polars back then as well in the late 1800s, early 1900s. But anyways, but I'm just saying, like, so when you know the nuance of the conversation of that type of Gleason's map, it makes sense to like understand all that. But most people, like in the population, they don't even really know. They don't understand like the difference, in the models, and haven't really wrapped their head around it. So yeah, I've never really thought it's going to sell very well. I don't think people really care. Like, oh, some YouTubers took a vacation, and then like kind of a somewhat more, to them, like an obscure flat earth argument that they don't really even understand. Like, what, it's not going to be a big, like, people lining up at the box office to see it.
Yeah, because you guys won't let them realize how much it destroys flat earth. You won't even let it be a topic half the time. So they don't know about it. They still think all the stars rotate around Polaris, even though that's obviously not true.
Yeah, so this, I'm going to post this real quick, and I'm just going to read a part of it. This is Albert Smith. And he created, him and Lady Elizabeth Blunt had something called the Universal Zetetic Society back in the early 1900s, late 1800s. And then from their book, Zetetic Astronomy. And this little, like, it's like an infographic. You kind of have to zoom in to read it, but I'll just read a few things on it. So this is what he thought. And this is back in 1904, these writings. Here's what it says. The 2 poles. Smith rejected the earlier Zetetic idea of only 1 pole. He wrote that Antarctic exploration proved the existence of a southern pole and that there are 2 so-called poles on Earth. And it says the Earth, this is from his writing, it says there are 2 celestial poles with 2 terrestrial poles. The Earth is a stationary plane and a vast magnet. It has 1 magnetic pole in the northern circuit and another in the southern circuit. It says here, Smith and Lady Blunt taught that the ether above the Earth circulates in 2 great vortices or currents, one around each pole. The northern and southern currents rotate in opposite directions. And then it gives kind of like a map. That's not like Albert Smith's map. I think that's just something the AI made, the map in the middle.
The problem is you wouldn't have a celestial equator. You just have the 2 circles touching at one point.
I agree with. There's a few problems in here. This might have been made by, like you said, AI or something. Because when they talk, there's a part where it talks about the meridians and it talks about them spinning on spokes, but that doesn't really make sense on any kind of flat. Unless I'm misunderstanding it. Like
everyone's misunderstanding you because it's what you're.
Well, I have the PDF. I mean, the book that this is referencing is Zetetic Astronomy. I have it on PDF. I can post it, or I can reference it and so on. And they talk about the 2 poles in there. But the other parts, like near the bottom, well, it describes it like it says, the Earth is flat, stationary, and a vast magnet. There are two geographic poles, north and south. Meridians converge toward both poles. The ether above circulates in two vortices, opposite directions. Stars rotate around their respective poles. The sun migrates between the two vortices in an annual cycle. And then it says, this is a quote by him, "We are compelled to accept two ethereal vortices instead of one, to account for the facts and observations of the sun's motions north and south." So
I actually like this, man. I like the gears because that remember I always told you about the two like hemispheres or whatever, like them spinning in different directions.
Yeah,
that's cool. I like that gears thing.
Okay, Mr. Geo, what's the ultimate explanation for? I mean, is this example saying that the stars are closer, the stars are far? Let's start with that.
Well, the thing is, what this is a reference of, because you're asking about what explains the two poles and
No,
the 24-hour sun in the south, the way the stars converge and diverge.
That was not what I was asking.
What I'm doing is I'm just presenting that this particular individual, Albert Smith, back in the early 1900s, and the part of the flat Earth movement back then, had a two-pole system, and this was part of his explanation for how it's working.
Yeah, well, the two-pole system in that system and any other system doesn't work because the starry positions do not stay fixed from each other. They diverge. Your celestial two-pole system on a flat plane can't work because the headings of any person, any driver, if you will, cannot stay aligned with the position on the map on a straight line. So that's that. It's fascinating. Just because something is fascinating and it can be described with a lot of words doesn't mean that it can't be fundamentally debunked with just a couple of observations. It's debunked. That's the end of it. You know, I'm looking at the map and I go straight and all of a sudden I'm curving around to Russia or some shit because it's a two-polar map and I can't make myself do it. I could not follow that by following the directions of the headings on the map. Like, you could use that to guide yourself. You would have to approximate each waypoint. That's why I said waypoints before. And to your guy in the chat, I slaughtered poor Witless because when he was making his argument, which you're making right now, he wanted to use 45 degrees. And I said, don't use 45 degrees because 45 degrees there's a 45-degree rule. No one else brought it up. Sorry for being arrogant. The 45-degree rule is what you guys keep using to make your false claim that the Earth is flat because, it's 3,900 miles above because it's 45 degrees from the North Pole in the sky. It's 45 degrees high in the sky if I'm on the 45th parallel. That's just at some point between 0 and 90, the Earth and the flat plane, there's going to be a measurement that matches because that's how you would make that. If you have a plane meeting a tangent line, it's going to meet 45 degrees from a curve. I mean, whatever. If you look at the curve from any angle and you look at it from 45 degrees, it's going to meet from 45 degrees to a point that is perpendicular to whatever orientation you have of a flat plane. It's stupid as shit. I mean, I know what you're doing. So I say use 30 degrees, use 20 degrees, use 80 degrees. Don't use 45. So, okay, so go back and tell us about the zetetic astronomy and some guy in 1902. This is the other thing. Okay, somebody made a map. How does that make it valid? Oh, he made a map in 1876, so the Earth is flat because he made a map. And I mean, does he give a description of the map's dimensions and how he came to this information? No, and why we're using imprecise methods from the 1800s? Like, come on, guys. That's what's up. Got that bomb. Why was D-Monk muted? What did he do? Oh, D-Monk, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I'll just say I was typing about because we're talking about those models for the flat Earth, and these are just concepts that we were coming up with back in the day, like the two hemispheres being distinct from one another and sort of rotating opposite to one another, sort of like well, maybe not them rotating, but obviously the sky above them, which appears to be rotating opposite to one another, sort of the way like a gear would, to where like they
you have your
the equator.
divergence at that point, and there's no starry divergence. So how does that even make sense?
What are you saying? There's no divergence?
Yeah, the stars are always fixed. And someone said earlier, used the right word. They said the starry positions relative to one another are fixed. Well, he said the whole starry map is fixed, but it's important to isolate.
Yeah, you're right. The angles stay consistent with one another even as they move around. And you're right. If they did exist, like in my picture, if they were two circles right next to each other, not only would the stars diverge, but you'd have to imagine, Flatten, that the Earth itself would obviously be diverging. If I were on one side of the equator and you were on the other side of the equator, and I was standing right next to you, and the Earth were actually rotating like that, me and you would be diverging from each other just by standing there. So obviously, that's not what's happening. That's my point. Like the sky.
I guess that depends on how you look at the equator, but I can't conceptualize that though. But okay.
Yeah, I was saying it's not happening. So the Earth isn't two circles side by side, but the sky behaves as is, except for the fact that it doesn't diverge, obviously.
Okay. Well, so.
All right, but how do you know that that's what that okay, how do you know that whether it does okay, so basically with this kind
of go back to sleep.
With the hold on, bro.
Go back to sleep.
Just stay on mute for a bit, dude.
Oh no, you muted the wrong guy. Mute me. I'm right here.
Yeah, could you just go on mute though? Because you're kind of like
sure. I'll mute myself just for you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, your mic's a bit like a rushing river, kind of like a, with all due respect, kind of a leaky mic situation. Like it's leaking all over when people are talking and stuff. You're not like letting others speak.
You are such a good positional talker. You're awesome. Like you could make a person believe that.
Bro, he was being nice and telling you to shut the fuck up. What part of that don't you get? You fucking retard, dude. Holy shit.
You got that whole 90s business thing going. Like, if we could just go ahead and
you're a fucking retard and you don't shut up thing going.
Process that there. You're like the guy from Office Space. If you could
still going.
give me those TPS reports.
You're still going.
Like, all right, dude. All right, so okay, thanks.
Come on, let's go. Get your point out.
All right, can you throw yourself on mute for like maybe 5
hours?
See, you did it. That is awesome, dude. That is so fucking awesome. Okay. This time I'm muting for real now. Okay,
for real. All right, there we go. All right, so what I was going to say is that when you have like what's referred to as some of these dual pole type layouts, if you're going to maintain the North Pole as the North Pole, Antarctica as a continent, when at least the coordinates were given, so I'm not even convinced that the coordinates were given are right in the first place. So trying to fit it onto something may always be flawed to a degree. But if we just say the continent's the general layout, and if you do a projection to where you have like the Pacific Ocean ends up being the ring around the outside on some of those dual pole ones. So basically like on the globe, basically half of the ball is the Pacific Ocean, like the blue side of the ball, like half of it pretty much is the Pacific Ocean. But on the dual pole type layouts, or the ones that people refer to as dual pole, a lot of those, it generally puts the Pacific Ocean as the ring around the outside. So yeah, I hear what you're saying, Kosho. Like the Pacific Ocean on the globe is claimed to be like the backside of a sphere, and that, you can link all around and go to different angles and go around it. Whereas if it's in terms of those dual pole type layouts, yeah, it kind of splays out the Pacific Ocean as a ring around the outside. So I do hear you that like there would have to be some way in which, is that what you're saying? Like kind of like the butterfly, like a butterfly shape where it kind of splays out like from the equator going north and south. And it's one thing to loop around the north and south, but you're saying like the land wouldn't connect the way it would on a ball.
I'll be honest. I'm not making an argument against the model that you posted. I'm just posting an example of it's actually just a different idea of how the sky rotates, how the sky appears to rotate. It's not even an explanation for a flat Earth. It's just sort of a conceptual idea of the sky.
Have you guys been able to come up with a conceptual idea of how the sky would rotate if the Earth were flat, where the stars do not diverge or anything? No? Okay. Carry on.
Yeah, it's a planetarium. It's already been done.
No, it has not been done on the planetarium. It's never been done on a planetarium. I've been to planetariums. That's not what happens.
Well, I'm
Also,
saying the planetarium already maps the stars to flat planar grids.
That wasn't what I asked.
I'll be honest with you. When me and Litchwick were making this, like we were actually making a flat Earth model that worked, but we were making it in like a virtual one. I didn't have this idea yet of these two Earths. Like we were coming up with something different, but the whole idea was making it work, even if you have to use, rendering magic, like things that don't exist in reality that you can only create in a computer. So like what I'm showing you, these two Earths spinning, and the sky would, like, obviously, if you imagine them as being two wheels spinning above you, they would be diverging. But you could create it in such a way that the other side of the Earth would render. How do I say this? It would render in real time.
How would a person? When a person reaches,
hold on. That reflective side of it, basically, or like a reflective nature. See, that's what I'm saying. I think it could be like a continuous circuit.
Okay, real quick. How does a person get from one side of that planet to the other side? Like, do they experience the transition or what?
That's what I'm saying. Like, so if you were doing that, like the whole idea of what I'm saying is, if you were doing that in the game like Grand Theft Auto, for example, what you'd have to do, like Grand Theft Auto 3, you'd have to build one part of the world, and you create one whole part of the world, and then you would create the other part of the world that'd be in a whole different part of the program. And basically, once you cross this threshold, it renders that whole part of the world. And that's what I'm saying. Is like, if you create some sort of magic like that, you could make the world that I was drawing make sense, because you'd have one world that's spinning, and then once you cross the equator, the other one would render and where it's supposed to.
Okay, so
but the equator doesn't touch at one point, which is what would happen if you had two completely separate circles. There'd only be one point where they touch, and the celestial equator goes all the way around.
What he's saying is that it's rendering, and the rendering makes the observer, it's imperceptible to the observer. So I could be walking across the equator, and because it's rendering, I guess, so fast or something, I wouldn't notice anything. I'm just walking. But guess what? That could be for anything. You can make anything up. That's the God. What is the God of the magic argument? It's fascinating. But as an argument for flat Earth, you're basically saying anything can happen. There's no mechanism for this. It just does. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Miss Pazza. No, Miss Wild Bill. No.
Me.
Miss Me. I'm sorry, Miss Me.
It's trouble.
No trouble. Yeah, well, you can't have two separate Earths because they'd only two round circles, even in the sky or on the ground. They'd only touch in one point.
No, I agree with you, Trouble. Like I said, you have to remember that, when me and Litchwick were first making that, neither of us were flat earthers at all. We were trying to come up with a way to make it work, basically, using the best example that they had, and the best evidences they had, and then using whatever stretches of reality we had to use to make it work.
Right, and the bottom line is you can't conceptualize those stars moving the way that they do. What you've done is inadvertently proven my earlier point is. I'm not talking about the physics. I'm talking about how do you conceptualize the stars rotating, and I'm just salivating for an answer.
Yeah, there's two vortices, and they're moving in the same.
Vortices.
Hold on, bro. You gotta pass the mic and click mute. You gotta mute yourself.
Yeah, go ahead. I can take 5 minutes of you. Go ahead. We can do this.
Okay, thanks. But yeah, I'm just saying there would be like two vortices or two currents. I'm just gonna post this image. It's actually something that is like connected to I never pronounced his name right. Poincaré. What? How does it pronounce, Kosha? Poincaré.
I think you're right, Poincaré. Yeah, Poincaré. I'm not the best person to ask for that.
Okay, well, Nico said it correctly a few weeks ago, and I think the way I was saying it was slightly off. But Anyway, and I only like remembered it the one time, and I'd have to go double check it. But anyways, this is actually like something from him, but it's just kind of, it shows a bit of potentially the way the stars would have to be moving to have, because yeah, if you have two circles of like perfect, if you have two rotating vortexes that are perfect circles, then yeah, what Troubled's saying, they would only meet at one point. That's understandable if they were perfect circles like that. But the thing is, like the way electromagnetic fields work is those flux lines, kind of like blend in the middle. So like sort of like this image as well, that sort of shows like the idea of two with the animations like that. So yeah, they basically, like when they're really close to the pole, they are pretty perfect circles, which is why the star trails would look like that. But then just like in the diagram, but as they get further from the pole, they basically become more elliptical or more oblate in a way, or the radius of them kind of changes to where they then blend in the equatorial, to where they blend where the magnetic field does. They go straight, and then they would go back to the north.
But that doesn't match what we see. They make perfect circles in the sky. They're not flattened along the celestial equator.
Right. And you're showing divergences all over the place. Your first image shows an extreme divergence. If the star follows any of these paths show them diverging from other stars. Your animation is literally showing the path of these stars. If these are supposed to be starry lines, the lines are diverging from one another. The only ones that aren't diverging are the ones closest to the poles, I guess. There's no divergence in the sky. So this doesn't work.
I know, but you have to agree, though, that the GIF that he showed is accurate for where the stars are going over the ground, regardless of how accurate those maps are. The problem.
You're saying because the maps are all distorted that you can make.
No, that's honestly the argument you should be making. The maps are obviously not a description of what the Earth is shaped like. But it is true that if you look at what the stars are actually doing above the ground, they are going over those parts of the ground.
Let me tell you how I can debunk that. So let's look at one of the pairs of circles that are closest to each other near Africa, near like the coast of Africa, where the star is right next to the coast of Africa. So there's two stars. There's one and there's another. And those stars are really close to each other in the sky. Now, you'll watch those two stars diverge to be on opposite sides of the whole screen. Not even this map can take that into account. Those two stars are right next to each other along a linear path. Now, those two stars are approaching the top of the map, and the other one is approaching near the bottom of the map. They're as far apart as you can get, no matter how that map is distorted. I get the attempt. Hey, bravo! I give you an A for effort, but unfortunately, you get an F for execution. Oh, I'm sorry. This has been debunked. Please try again, sir. And oh, by the way, Kosho, I'm sorry if I'm killing the fun here. But I gotta call it as I see it. Okay. You know what, guys? Look, you guys want to have your fun being flat earthers and believing in this stuff. Who am I to interrupt? I'll tell you what. You're not gonna hear from me for a few months. I feel bad. You guys want to have your
few years?
fantasy.
You said few years?
Like
we won't hear your little whiny voice. That'd be cool.
You deserve to have some. You guys get off.
That'd
work.
Be cool.
It's been a hard day.
That'd be cool. You're gonna leave soon, or is this just gonna be like a drawn out thing?
Okay, go
talk about it.
I'm out.
Yeah, but Trouble. So I've been looking more into some of the, these like what was going on in that late 1800s, early 1900s with Lady Blunt and Robotham and these guys. And it seemed like at least like that little pocket of like movement, if you want to call it that at the time, like flat earth movement, at least from the writings we seem to have and so on and some of the history, it seems like there was like the Gleason single pole type thing, north-centered pole that was, talked about quite a bit, obviously with like Robotham and other, obviously Gleason and others. And then it seems like even back then there was all these discussions that they were having, at least somewhere, about how that one doesn't work. Like it doesn't work with navigation. And that Lady Blunt and Albert Smith, like in their writings, they're two specifically that, and they're actually like doing debunks of the Gleason's AE map and saying like, no, it's really not a single pole. And then, like I said, they were recognizing that there was a 24-hour sun in the south, the Antarctic explorers, the evidence, etc. Because back then they couldn't really just like take a plane to Union Glacier as easily, so they had to try to glean information. Who knows what it was really like? But and it seems like they were basically they had somewhat transition. I don't know that they ever asserted for sure it was a single pole, but they were, basically recognizing the two poles and bringing that in and telling all the other researchers like, no, there actually are two poles and so on. And then I guess kind of World War I happened, and then it seems like a lot of that discussion got suppressed with like the Einstein stuff, maybe Michelson-Morley, and then like World War II and everything, to where maybe the movement got kind of like broken up or something. But
well, maybe they just realized it wouldn't work. It doesn't reflect reality, so they gave up on it. Or they might have died.
Well, yeah, I mean, some of them did die. But I'm just saying, I guess what I'm saying, I'm not trying to like debate it. I'm just saying, did you know that there was kind of, as part of the movement back then, there were some that were going from the single pole conception to the dual pole. That's all I'm saying. Back then, okay. Over 100 years ago. To maybe like history is repeating itself in some way, because obviously that single pole has been like pushed forth. I mean, the dual pole ones have been discussed over the years, but not nearly as like much in the forefront. And then it brings in the question, like, is that single pole map being pushed purposely as a false flat Earth to try to trap people?
Well, especially you put North Pole in the middle and you think Mount Meru's at the North Pole, so it's like, well, how do you know the South Pole's not at the middle?
Yeah, or that there's two middles. Yeah. Well, apparently you can take a cruise to the North Pole, they say, in an icebreaker ship, like one of those luxury icebreaker ships. They claim you go all the way to the North Pole and it's just ice. They even have a marathon. They get out on the ice and they do a marathon there. And I mean, if you could check the elevation angle of the sun, you could check that you might be at the center of the sun's rotation. And if you are, where would the magnetic mountain be, unless you're just like right near it, if there was a mountain there?
Yeah.
Well, also, have you heard the theory that they flip the poles? That the south is the north and the north is the south? That's just another kind of wild theory. I'm not sure anyone really totally is saying that for sure, but it's just another idea.
No, because America would go out of shape, and you wouldn't all accept that, even though you accept Australia going out of shape. So that wouldn't work. Northerners wouldn't like that.
No, I'm saying like if it, on a two pole that they called the north the south and the south the north, like that kind of idea.
The magnetic north. The south is actually the magnetic north, and the magnetic north is the.
And why does my needle point north in a compass?
Well, I would say it aligns with.
Are you admitting that a compass points north and south now?
I think it aligns with the field. Is how I see it.
Yeah, it does align with the field, but it's a south. It's a south magnetic pole, like the north pole of the geometric north pole is where the south magnetic pole is. That's why the north. That's why the compass points there, is because it's aligning with the north, but it's like if you have a magnet, the north side of the magnet's gonna align with the North Pole, because the North Pole is the south magnetic pole.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that is interesting. But you think that links to magnetic field of a globe, or do you think that could also work on a two-pole planar magnetic field system with the north and south?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yep.
My bad. Hold on, man.
Yes.
Okay, so I just stepped in, but so what was the question about the poles? Again?
Oh, we were talking about the stars and the 2 poles of star rotations and the flat Earth movements back in the 1800s and early 1900s, that there were some that were saying it was a dual pole and so on. And then we started talking about the magnetic poles and the north and south and how a compass works.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, but I just wanted to comment that the definition of what is north and what is south in terms of magnetic poles is actually totally conventional. It doesn't mean anything. I never understood. I never remember which is the north pole and the south pole. I just remember. I just care about in magnetism when talking about magnetic fields, what the direction of the magnetic field is, which is also, by the way, totally conventional. I mean, if it points one direction or the opposite, it's just the same as the charge, the sign of electric charges. It's a convention, and once that's decided, you act consequently, but consequentially. But that's a matter of a total conventional matter.
Yeah, you mean just the naming is conventional?
Yeah, the naming, which is north and which is south, which is exactly the same as which is positive and which is negative in electrostatics. But once you have fixed that, then once you have fixed which is positive and which is negative in electrostatics, then you also have determined what you mean. Well, you also need to decide a conventional sign for the relation between electricity and magnetism. But once you've done that, then everything is fixed. But then, in terms of magnetism, usually one doesn't use. I mean, I'm saying this because I've been teaching electromagnetism for over 20 years, and you don't really use north and south convention. You use a sign for the conventional sign for the magnetic field. Once you have decided the sign for the electric charges, and that's it. You don't talk about north and south. This is something that I think it's historical and basically related to geography and compasses. But when you talk about magnetism in other contexts, you don't use north and south. No, that's my experience.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it is interesting to think about breaking it away from the language and just having it be the phenomenon or what we actually can observe, and then just having that be a direct empirical observation, instead of the actual conventions of language.
Yeah, well, it's not just a convention of language. It's a convention of signs, meaning plus and minus. But it's not like, yeah, north and south is, of course, it's language. But of course, calling say positive and negative north and south is that is language. But by the way, I think I'm not 100% sure, but I think the what you were saying about the North Pole being actually South Magnetic Pole, I think the origin is this, that you call if you take a compass needle and then you call the side, the end that points towards the north, you call it the North Pole of the needle. And then if you call it the North Pole of the needle, that is pointing towards the South Magnetic Pole, toward the opposite pole of the bar magnet that is the Earth. So that I think that's the origin of why you say that the North Pole is actually the South Magnetic Pole, because originally you called the North Pole the north part of the needle. But I'm not 100% sure that this is the origin.
Correct. That's correct. Yeah.
And magnetic north and celestial north don't line up.
Yeah, that's a different. That's a different issue, but it's true. Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess between a dual pole planar Earth and a globe Earth, there would be a certain difference, because on a globe Earth, it would technically be somewhat more arbitrary what is the north and which is the south, because it would be, there is no up, there is no down, it's all relative. So there isn't really any, universal north or south. It would more be like an axis, perhaps. Whereas with a dual pole on a plane, it would be pretty set. Like the north is the north, the south is the south. And they are definitively, set there. They're not, they're sort of more absolute, like sort of like you have two lobes of your brain, the right brain, left brain. So you'd have like the northern, the southern, and they're more like fixed in that kind of model. Whereas on a globe, it is a little bit more with sort of relativity, and when up and down are relations to the center of a sphere, then it sort of
sorry, what do you mean?
It makes it more arbitrary somewhat. The north and south poles are more arbitrary.
What do you mean a duopole on a plane? I'm not sure what you mean.
There's pictures in the chat if you scroll back a little bit. So it's two circles side by side. The north is its own separate entity, and the south is its own separate entity.
Yeah, it's sort of like if you have the north-centered Gleason's or AE map for the north, but then at the equator you don't expand it out to the south, and then you have another AE map for the south going out from Antarctica. So now you have two AE maps, one coming out from the north, one coming out from the south, and then at the equatorial there would be like a blending zone between those two rotations, and that the blending meaning where those two rotations sort of straighten out and then go straight, and then it moves to the other rotation like a magnetic field from south to north.
I have trouble visualizing it, but I'll try and see if I find it in the chat.
Well, here's one. I'll post a few images. This one shows like sort of the idea of wind currents, but it shows a general idea of having two poles. If you would imagine those wind currents are the stars, essentially, you could sort of, that's just one animation. This is a projection. It's called the Chamberlain trimetric. It's kind of at an angle. I don't know why they do it at an angle, but that's like a projection that shows a two-pole type thing, where Antarctica is maintained as a continent, and then the North Pole is maintained the North Pole. And then what this does is it puts the Pacific Ocean around the outside. Instead of putting Antarctica around the outside, like the 90 South, the way the Gleason's or AE map does, this North Center type map, this one puts the Pacific Ocean as the rim around the outside. But yeah, those are some of the ideas.
The picture 2 pictures ago, the dual model one, dual pole model, has things Pac-Manning along the celestial equator. So it just goes off the sky on one side and reappears on the other, magically.
Well, I don't think anyone's claiming that. I mean, if somebody has a model that they're including that idea, they could, but because the stars would never go straight on the equator, they would always be going either north or south.
Which we don't see, because I did put a star trail time lapse of the celestial equator and the stars. So I don't even know how that works on the flat Earth, any model, how you'll have a straight line of stars in the sky.
But Geo, ships go across the Pacific from the west coast of the Americas to Asia.
West coast of America to Asia. Yeah. Well, that's one of the discrepancies. Now, the thing is, though, to keep in mind that on let me see if I have one. I know, like, New Perspective. All right, like if I just post this one real quick. Here, I'll just post this one. This is one of the early ones I think that Dave had made. But I think just the general idea with this, so that northern rotation, like all those, the rotation in the north, any one of those latitude circles, like going around Polaris, would be what's called a small circle route on a globe, like the equivalent of, I should say. Here, I have this image right here. This is of a globe. This image right here shows what a small circle route is. So the great circle route, it would be on the equator, or any other, loop all the way around would be a great circle route. But a small circle route is when you stay on the latitude and you maintain on that latitude, let's say 40 degrees north or something, you maintain there, and then you would be making a small circle route. Well, those circles on that kind of dual pole depiction, either the ones going around the South Antarctica, that would be like a small circle on the south part of the ball, the equivalent of, and then the northern circle. So what I'm saying is that if you were going around one of the poles, you would be doing the equivalent of a small circle route. However, so that would kind of account for the going around, like rotating, like basically circumnavigating the northern or the southern around one of the poles. But the thing that this does is when you put the Pacific Ocean as the rim around the outside, you can't just sail across it the way you could if it's a globe, because you have to take that map and like wrap it all the way. You have to take that Pacific rim on the outside and then wrap it around a ball to be the backside of the ball. And if it is the backside of the ball, then that whole rim on the outside, you can actually just, on the globe, you would just traverse across the ball. So I do know what you're saying, zzpop. That is one of the questions that would need to be understood. Like, yeah, like you're saying, if you were to go from California and just dead reckon, like not go up around the Polaris or anything, but not doing a small circle route, but just dead reckoning, yeah, would you end up over, where Australia is?
No, you would not. Oh my gosh.
Well, it's not small circles. These are big circles, and the ship would be turning right the entire time.
Right.
So it's called the small circle route.
I love your delivery. You're the master of like deadpan.
There are ideas that don't work, and he knows they don't work, but they keep producing them so that the flat earthers have hope.
I know. And he like talks with that voice, like, well, if we were to like, I wish I could like imitate his voice, because it's like he's got a little bit of
Geo's okay.
Flat earther that does that shit. Like, yeah. Oh no, he's like a toned down version of Quantum Eraser.
Wait, what happened, buddy? I thought you were leaving.
I got bored again.
Okay.
I got bored again. I got stuff going on over here. But yeah, Geo, can you can you just be out with it? Just admit you're here to grift, or you're here to like take advantage of these poor saps. And then I can let you just, because you be sounding like you're trying to like present a business plan for a marketing firm where you be talking. He does actually. He sounds like he's in the conference room every single time. It's like, you talk about this bullshit.
But you're not going to get anywhere doing personal attacks.
I said he sounds like a businessman trying to market something in a business conference. What is the attack?
Well, you said grift.
I asked him, could you just admit that you're grifting? Not a personal attack. It's hey, if you're grifting, you're grifting.
Well, I've never taken in any money from doing this ever in terms of discussing the Earth cosmology. And actually, the only thing I've done is spent money. And it's been, at this point, many, many thousands. I think it's over 20,000 when you add up like what it costs to keep the server going, to keep all the channels going, all of the subscription, everything that's needed.
How many channels?
I'm just saying, like, there's no need I need to defend myself from just some random slander you're making, but I'm just saying the truth of the matter is I've never intaken any money, and I've only spent my own money out of my own pocket to keep it all going. So
okay, I've heard
it's like the opposite. It's like the opposite of grifting. if you're trying to make that idea, it would be the opposite.
Working hard. That line was really cool in like 2017.
Anyways, but we were talking about the actual topic. I don't know. You've shifted it.
You just presented another thing that suffers from the problem of divergence. Now the divergence is over land. Okay, divergence is either going to be over the land, going to be over the stars, or it's going to be over the topology anyway of the whole thing. So what do you want to do? At some point, I have to look 180 degrees in the opposite direction of what the map says is pointing down my heading. What do you want me to do?
Okay, zzpop. I was responding to what you were saying. Did you have any response back? Because I hear what you're saying. Like the Pacific Ocean has, like it's the same with just really briefly, like with the AE map, the Gleason's, the North Pole centered, it puts Antarctica as a rimmer on the outside, but it spreads those points out, to where like if Antarctica is a continent, you could just travel a short distance across, a much shorter relative distance across the continent, but when you spread around the outside, so it's the same with the Pacific Ocean. Like the Pacific Ocean, you would be able on the globe to travel across it, whereas when it's a rimmer on the outside, I know what you mean. It starts to inhibit some of those free-flowing pathways when you have it as a rimmer on the outside. And I have some of those same inquiries.
And what's the rim made of now?
Well, if the Pacific Ocean is surrounding the two poles, if that was how it was laid out, you're saying what would be beyond the Pacific? I mean, is there like another ice wall that's not Antarctica? You're like, there's that idea, or it could be like there's like an infinite plane idea. Is that what you're saying? Like what surrounds it?
Well, what do you think?
Well, I don't necessarily assert this map as being the answer. I have certain like arguments and understandings in terms of the sky. Basically, there's one GP for every star. If you have one GP for every star, then you would have two poles because you have two poles in the sky, two poles on the ground. So like there's certain arguments I have in terms of like the nature of what's present of what we observe, but the whole nature of how those two poles would be laid out with the land and all of that. Like I said, I would still have some questions that I would want to, like, I'm not just going to jump to theories, I mean, it's fun to speculate, but I haven't mapped the earth, myself. So I don't really, there's like fun theories to speculate about, but are you saying, you see what I'm saying? Like, I really don't have the full map to be able to say for sure.
I'm just pointing out these seem like there's some severe issues here with all of these maps.
Well, the thing is with the dual pole type layout, like I was describing, the thing about the small circle routes is when you relate those to the two poles, like going around, let's say you're just at 45 north and you stay on 45 degrees latitude north and you just go round and around Polaris. Or if you go to the south, 45 south, and you go round and around Sigma Octantis, those are equivalent to small circle routes on the globe. So like all of those navigations where you're actually going, doing one of those small circle routes would still fit pretty similarly in the same way that the AE map for the north, fits the path of the sun the way the globe does as well, or at least the globe model, like the path of the sun matches pretty well. And then when you just add the southern one, because basically when the sun's going at, like, let's say it's 23.4 degrees, like on the Tropic of Capricorn, that is a small circle route. Like the Tropic of Capricorn itself is a small circle route, and so is the Tropic of Cancer. So when the sun's on it, it's just making that path round and round and round. But the discrepancies come in at the equator. Like if you were to travel straight on the equator, what would happen? Because obviously on a planar Earth, like you're not, unless there was some kind of Pac-Man thing, you're not going to, which I don't have any reason to assume that's happening. I mean, if it was, we could discover it, but I'm not going to leap to that or anything. But and then like the other thing you said is if you just went basically outward at any angle from that dual pole type layout, how do you end up on the other side? Like in a Pac-Man-esque type thing, or if it's a globe, you're going around the ball. So yeah, I know I'm just kind of reiterating that point, but that was like one of the points you had brought up. And so, yeah, it has those caveats that would need to be understood. But I also think, they could have certain areas like limited to our access, like with maritime laws, like, that's one thing as well. Like if they're hiding certain access to
you don't think someone could just take a ship on the equator and just go like west from South America?
Yeah, that would be like, like New Perspective and I've talked about that. And has anyone done that we have documentation of? Like staying right on the equator the whole time, circumnavigating?
Or even really close to the equator.
I've read some stories and some of the claims. There's one guy that did it basically on foot and in his own little boat. and he claimed to stay like pretty close to the equator.
I mean, there's
sorry,
so much.
can I just comment a comment on the previous my previous questions, because I just saw the graphs that you posted, the plots or whatever you call them of the duopole magnetic field, alleged magnetic field on a plane, and I can tell you that if I understand what you're referring to, what picture you're referring to, that we know that magnetism and magnetic field, we know the equations that govern magnetism, and that kind of field is not possible with two poles on a plane, and yeah, basically it would just defy the first law of magnetism, which is the divergence being zero. You cannot have one pole like that, let alone two. Even if you use a dipole magnet, the magnetic field lines are always closed. They never converge to a point.
Isn't the magnetic field like two counter-rotating fields?
Sorry?
Isn't a magnetic field, isn't it two rotating, counter-rotating fields, like a vortex? When you look at a magnetic field like in a ferrocell.
It does obey some equations. You can have uniform magnetic fields, so there's no vortex in it, and
I'm posting a few images.
Just have to obey Maxwell's equations. If you're doubting that Maxwell's equations are correct, then okay. But we've known electromagnetic equations for over 1.5 centuries now, and so we can say that we do understand electromagnetism.
That's kind of a bold claim, right? We're just like learning about the potentials now. Like Japan just recently, within the last 20 years or whatever it was, they just got down to like a huge portion of the scientific community was torn on the idea of electromagnetic potentials and how potentials alone, without measurement of force, can't affect things. So say we understand magnets or electromagnetic forces, I think that's a little bit hubris.
Well, Franco, can you see the pictures that Geo posted down there? It shows like diagrams of the magnetic field, and it's counter-rotating concentric circles, right? So kind of like the two rotating hemispheres of the sky.
Yeah, and then this just I want to hear you respond, but I'm just going to post this one too. This one also shows the guy who posted this video, he called it the electric Coriolis effect. I think he kind of I don't know if that's an official phrase, but yeah, you put a magnet underneath, and then he has two electrical nodes, and it shows the clockwise and counterclockwise motion. That one's a gift. Real quick, I have the video I'll post as well that I think, and there's actually the original YouTube video too, but the video might be a little bit smoother animation. But yeah, it shows the two rotations, over flat water. But go ahead, Franco.
Yeah, I saw that the two rotations of flat water. I saw that it's nothing to do with Coriolis. But okay, no. The point is these pictures, apart from the one in yellow here, which looks like an owl, but the other ones they are correct. But for instance, the second one is an electric field, which is something different than a magnetic field.
Magnetic.
And by the way, no, I don't know. I'm not even sure what. No, looking back, what this electric field of a circuit is, I'm not sure what it is. I would have to read the text, because it's not consistent. Probably what it's doing is comparing an electric dipole field to a magnetic dipole field. The two fields, electric and magnetic dipole, are the same. They have the same shape, but very far away from the source. This is a depiction of the source of an electric dipole or a magnetic dipole close to the the source. And in those circumstances, you cannot talk about dipole, strictly speaking, and they're very different. The two, probably this is what is depicted in Figure 9 here. It's not, but these things are governed by equations, and the equations, we know them very well, and it's Maxwell's equations. They are describing things mathematically and very rigorously. So you can, making pictures like this can be useful sometimes, but it's not the whole thing. You have to describe them mathematically. So if you have analogies of two vortexes, okay, that can be a visual analogy, but when it comes to the actual shape of the field, that something has to obey very precise equations.
It's not an analogy; it's a direct natural observation, right? We can observe the shape and the geometry of these fields, right? You see that bottom one in the second picture where it's yellow? That's a magnetic field. And it looks just like a dipole. It has two poles split down the middle, right? Counter-rotating concentric circles.
No, I'm sorry, but in the last picture, the yellow thing, the two holes that appear here, like the two seeds in the apple and so on, they're not the two magnetic poles. I'm sorry, they're not. If the dipole, no, they're not. The dipole, the dipole magnetic field. If you take in the picture, in the last picture Gio posted, if you take the top right field is a field produced by a circuit, a circular loop with current, and then if you have to take the field that is produced by a magnet, a bar magnet, then you would see that it's approximately the same when you go far away from the magnet itself, but the two poles are one to the left and one to the right, not top and down. They're not this. They're not the two holes in the yellow picture.
Okay, well, we can see with magnetism, we get that geometry. That's what we're trying to point out here.
Yeah, but the geometry that you see in a picture is something that is totally qualitative, and physics is a quantitative science. You have to make quantitative predictions.
It's a direct observation.
Yeah,
that supersedes fucking mathematical framework.
But the observation of analogies is nothing, isn't useful to anything. In physics, you have to make predictions, numerical prediction and mathematical predictions, and compare them.
We're looking for a viable explanation for this motion that we're observing, right? So wouldn't
you need
a
to have
geometry that
equations.
exactly matches it, wouldn't that be kind of a hint that it might be kind of viable for an explanation?
Again, in physics, you need to have quantitative predictions and quantitative explanations with data, equations and numbers that then you can compare with actual numbers that you get from experiments, numbers with errors and with uncertainties. Because looking at pictures like you do on a primary school book is not enough for physics. That's not physics. That's some analogy that you can make. Then
so if we had a system with circuits like the solar system or whatever you're saying, we wouldn't be able to describe that with the electric laws that we have right now.
If you do it numerically with equations, then we can compare the equations and the numerical results with the observations and see if it fits. That's what physics is about.
That's what I'm saying. Why wouldn't we be able to? we can already describe, you know, if we know the circuitry and the path of the circuits, why couldn't we use those equations to describe, you know, the behavior that we see?
If you can, good.
Saying, why wouldn't we be able to?
I don't know.
You don't
if you're
know.
able, that's fine. People have, I don't know. It depends. If you have, we have equations. We have Maxwell's equations. So if you say this is a magnetic field, I'm telling you, I don't. If you look at the picture itself usually does not give you enough, does not convey enough information. Of course, if you have a picture with the magnetic field converging to poles, then I can tell you exactly that this does not obey, this violates one of the equations in particular, the null divergence. Thus we know magnetic monopoles do not exist, so we don't have the possibility of magnetic field lines converging to a point. That is against what we know about magnetism. But so this is some qualitative, quote unquote, thing that one can extract from a picture. But otherwise, if you don't have the equations of the lines, then you cannot tell whether it's a possible magnetic field or not. You need to have.
And not only that, even if you did have them, it's not going to match the star movement that we see.
Yeah. I don't know, but anyway, that's not. If you just make analogies by looking at the cloud shapes, okay, it can be suggestive, it can be very beautiful, it can be poetic, it can be artful, but it's not scientific. You need to have not physics.
Why are you acting like we need a unified model? You guys don't have a unified model that works on all scales, right? Why can't we just look at the circuits? Right, the observed path of the circuits and just describe the motion from a stationary Earth, just, you know, directly apply the laws of physics.
I'm sure I got the question, but we have models, and we so far the things that we observe are described by the models. Of course, there are still open questions in cosmology and whatever, but this is something. You don't need. This is why physics and science is still active. We're not finished. We're still researching because there are still open questions in some fields. But other things, other fields, we have working models, and as long as they're not falsified and discovered to be wrong, then we keep them. That's
yeah. But even when they are, they're held on for decades. The scientific community has held on so many times things that are just blatantly wrong. They hold
because this is for one thing, it's a human sort of attitude which is very hard to eradicate. And then, of course, if you have something that has been working for decades or for centuries, then it's very hard to let it go. And then you have to be convinced.
Working, even when it's just a theory. When it's not even working, it has no real purpose. It's just a theory. It's held on to still.
No, there's just a theory thing is a very unscientific thing to say, and we know what matters.
What do you mean
is
it's
that
unscientific to say theory? What?
Yeah, because people are confusing. I just looked it up yesterday again because some people were saying some people were using the definition on the dictionary of theory.
Well, scientific theory is completely different than the word theory. Scientific theory is basically fact. All right.
Exactly.
Well,
exactly. Scientific theory,
when it's a theory and it's presented as a scientific theory, but it's just not true. That's where shit gets convoluted. And those theories, under the guise of science, get held onto and then replaced.
Yeah.
So say like things like this don't happen. It's like, yeah, it does quite a bit throughout history. There's plenty of accounts of it.
Yeah. It's been and that's why physics is still alive.
No, that has nothing to do with why physics is still alive.
That's your take. It's not mine. It's not the science community. take. So
you don't speak for the scientific community, so I don't know what
I
you
speak
did
for myself,
there.
yes, but I'm part of the scientific community. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, but the two things don't go together. Is my point. One doesn't follow from the other.
Okay.
Just because physics exists, it doesn't mean it has nothing to do with what I said.
Okay.
It's like when we treat things like, oh, this is absolute fact. This is definitely true. This is 100% true. And it's like, yeah, okay. And then it gets replaced or it doesn't line up with another theory or model. It's like, oh, just ignore that. We'll get to that
there's
later.
no. Physics never says something is.
I didn't say
100%
physics. I didn't say physics. That's you just
Okay.
strawmanning me.
Okay.
Talking about science, dude.
Talking about physics. I'm a physicist, so talk about physics.
I have a comment on the star field thing. So, Gio, I don't know if you're still there, but so you know, these circles, these vortices that you're showing and comparing to a magnetic field, that's not the shape of a magnetic field around a north and south end. What you're comparing it to is a cross-sectional side view of the magnetic field produced by a coil or by a loop, right? So there's a slight confusing misalignment here of you've basically taken a magnetic field and turned it on its side and then pressed it down onto the Earth, onto the positions of the North and South Pole. But if this was meant to be coming from the North and South Pole, the whole orientation of it is off by 90 degrees. But anyway, be that as it may, because, you know, it's just an analogy of like, oh, what if the stars moved in the same pattern as the magnetic field lines when seen from the side of the cross-section of a coil? We do actually need to do the comparison precisely. Like, we would need to know the equations for exactly what the shape of these loops are to actually be able to say that it is matching a magnetic field rather than just kind of looking like it's matching a magnetic field, you know, and kind of like to the sloppy human eye.
All right. Yeah. No, I hear what you're saying. So the thing is, and I agree with you that, you know, these are cross sections, you know, especially when they're two-dimensional and on a flat, you know, either sheet of paper or on a flat image on your screen, like the magnetic field, those like field lines of the magnetic field. Yeah, it's like a horizontal cross section of the field, and you can also do a vertical one. But let's say for a moment that the field is a sphere or is toroidal or has a spherical nature, the field itself. And then if you were to sort of like if you took an electric field, let's just say it was you know, a sphere of the, you know, the way it was functioning, like 3D. And then if you were to like press it down into like a table, and then you were to mark all the points that it touches the table, yeah, you would end up with that cross section of it. Which basically, this image right here, I always post this one. I like it a lot because it just shows the geometries. You have the sphere in the middle. You have the like an, you know, azimuth layout of the on the bottom, and then underneath. And then the vertical wall is essentially like a stereographic projection of spherical coordinates on the vertical wall. So if you were to take that sphere and kind of move it vertically and, you know, have it go through the wall, and when it's going through the wall, you would be marking down all the points of how the field lines sort of project. And so I hear what you're saying, like to then take that vertical wall and just say, oh, that's what the sky is. Well, now you're taking something that's flat and then putting it above. And I'm not suggesting the sky is a flat stereographic thing like that. But what it may be is that just like if you had a spherical electric field and you like pressed it down into a table, and theoretically, if you could just go through the table, and as you're putting that spherical field through the table, every time it touches, you're marking, you know, on the table, and then you would end up with sort of a grid. Now that may be what the sky is. The sky may have a spherical nature to it. I'm not necessarily suggesting that the sky goes down under the ground, though. So I don't really mean a sphere that goes under the ground. But let's just say like the hemisphere above us has a hemispherical way that it functions and thus spherical. And let's say it is a whirling, twirling, toroidal, spherical thing up there for the moment, you know, above a planar surface. If you were to, and I'm just saying that as a joke using those words, but if you were to then take that field, the spherical field lines of it, and then pull it down to the plane of the Earth, and then you could mark out everything on the plane of the Earth. So yeah, do you see what I'm kind of saying? Just making that analogy. And then like that the sky could be a spherical thing that we're projecting down onto the Earth. And then the fact that the way that it has those two poles. And so, yeah, I agree. Like those cross sections are kind of a crude way to represent it, because obviously the sky would be much more three-dimensional than a 2D field line.
I mean, one issue I definitely am having with it is like with the stereographic projection, the circles that are near the equator are getting blown out into infinitely large circles in the projection. And that gets back to my question of just like, how would a ship that's following one of these circles through the Pacific not know that it's this gigantic distance it needs to do to like go all the way around the North Pole to go from the US to China? And then, of course, the other question is, what is the physical nature of whatever the vortex is? If it's something that's moving the stars, then what is the vortex? You know, what is moving the stars in this pattern?
Yeah. Well, so for the first one for a second here, I have this image. Can we just see if we agree on this? So just to respond to the first thing you said. So this image shows kind of one of the dual pole type layouts or maps that are referred to as dual pole. This is equal area, azimuthal equal area. But anyways, that green line shows like if you were to go from like LA over to China. Now it looks like you're kind of making like that curved line like that, but that is equivalent to, like I typed before, or I posted before, the this here, I'm just posting again, a small circle route. So basically that green line on that dual pole one is equivalent to one of those small circle routes. Like if you were to stay in the north, you know, if you were to stay at 45 degrees latitude or something. So do you agree with that? That would be like within the range of equivalent?
Well, I don't know what you mean by equivalent. It's like I get that your one maps to the other due to the projection, but the projection is distorting what the lengths are. Like, you know, you are changing what the lengths of these circles are.
Well, that could be contested, or you know, whether the distances are different. I'm just kind of saying that if you take a globe and you project it in this way with a stereographic, you would end up with like an AE map in the north and AE map in the south, equivalent to, you know, what they claim the globe has. So I was just saying in that general way, because that was one of the first things you were saying, like if you were to go from the United States like over around to China. And I'm just saying that there is an equivalence in the two projections of basically a small circle route. Like on a globe, if you were to leave from America and you'd be turning your boat to the right, same thing, just like on that green circle shows, like you would be on a globe. Like let's say you left at 45 degrees latitude going west, and you kept going west on 45 and you stayed on 45, you would have to turn your vehicle